Hi, hello, welcome. Hoping everyone's having a good day today. Hoping everyone's good. I've been good. Throat's a little on the dry and scratchy side, so I got a nice refill of nice cold water. Keep the throat nice and hydrated, you know. So, today's gonna be a very special, stream, because, it'll be the El Capitan 200 miles. 200 miles of driving around one track. This might take the whole stream, I don't know. If it does, then cool, you know, whatever it does. But, that's the plan for today, and I'm gonna stick to that. So without further ado, gonna get into it. I'm gonna have some fun, and yeah, good time. Also, got a car prepped up for the event. I took some time to grind and get some monies and get at least 2 different cars prepared and tested, and this had for me the best results. Yeah, been doing fine. But a couple other things. I did add more music to the playlist, and I hope that doesn't fuck off like it has been. Because that's always annoying when it does that. There's something else. Oh yeah. I went out of my way to do a little bit of pre-stream prep work. A little bit of extra steps, because the last few Monday streams have been interrupted by OBS errors and whatnot. So I took a little bit of time to hopefully take proactive and precautionary measures to see if it will prevent that from happening tonight, because, you know, I'll be doing an endurance race. So, you know, that's always fun. So without further ado, let's get started. Get that music started. Also, I went with sport hards on this to try and hopefully gain a tire advantage. This is pretty much fully modified aside from that. Ah, 66 laps here. A few more and it could be the funny number, but you know. Also, a little bit of a thing I want to say now, before I forget. If anyone redeems Hydrate or Stretch redeems, I will do my best to fulfill them on pit stops. Because that'll be like when I can put the controller down and do that real quick. Just so, like, in case anyone redeems stretches or hydrates and I don't do them right away, that's why. Now, reading all the strategy stuff for this race specifically, they kept warning about a Pagani Zonda showing up, and because it's like one of the best cars that the AI can bring to this event, and it didn't bring it to this event, so, you know, aside from my own skill issues, which I'll have to iron out over the next 60 or so laps, so that I don't lose this. Pretty even tire wear across all four tires. That's probably why they said this was a good car for this event. I did get another car and tested it out. It was the Amuse S2000 GT1. But I liked how this drove a little bit better. Like, this just kind of felt a little bit better. Okay, the only thing that has a good shot at getting up to me is that Lotus Elise. And I am slowly but surely gapping on him, so gotta keep the pace. Also, I might see, depending on how the tire strategy pans out, if it, because like this might just cross over to my brake, obviously, but I kind of want to see if I can run B-Spec during my brake so that the race can kind of keep going and I can kind of keep an eye on it a little bit. But that depends on like how confident I feel in it. But yeah, completing this race will net me a really good reward that I can use for Gran Turismo World. Because if anyone remembers from yesterday's stream, that Tommy Kyra's AZ2 is not gonna cut the... not gonna cut it for Gran Turismo World. If I can gap at least 20 to 30 seconds before pitting, that would be ideal. that depends on how well I'm able to gap by the time I'm hitting. I think, from what I read on the wiki, a lot of cars can go like maybe at most 20 laps before needing to pit. Thing is, there's an extra layer of difficulty with this one, because in the last game all I had to watch was my tire wear. In this game I have to watch tire and fuel gauges. So I gotta not only make sure my tires are in good shape, I gotta make sure I have enough fuel to make it. Oh hey, thanks for pinning that. I didn't think to pin that, actually. Why didn't I think about that? That's like a really good forethought there. Oh my god, 666. Satan. God, those really bumpy, like, elevation changes are gonna be really fun to deal with tire wear. My tires have warmed up, I'm like actually performing pretty well. read a lot of, like, the faster laps, or, like, average laps that the AI drivers get in this race is, like, a minute 58. So, like, when I went to do testing, the goal was to beat it by a couple of seconds at the minimum. Like, you know, stay ahead of the curve, and so on. I really don't want to be bouncing off the walls, because then that just loses control. Can I stop going off the road here? God, considering how much I've gapped already, it's pretty amazing. Guess what, everyone? You're about to get coconut mauled. There we go, a lot better this time around. And I didn't go off the track there. Even better. It was a little shaky there for a sec. Like, I think when they came to the statistics for, like, strategizing a good car, like, one of the cars that came up was, like, the Suzuki, like, that convertible concept. I don't remember its name exactly. Because, like, it has a 50-50 distribution, which is really good. Was another reason why the S2000 GT1 was a really good choice for this. It was the 50-50 weight distribution. This has a 48-52 weight distribution, which is a little different, but I like how this drives versus the S2000 GT1. Yeah, it looks like them rear tires are gonna be what makes these runs a little shorter than I'm anticipating. Oh, the guy in second place is pitting. That's a good sign. It'll allow me to gap harder. Though I might not want to stick around out in the traffic too much longer at this rate. Yeah, I'm drifting a little bit now. see if I can go another lap on him. This might not work out the best for me, but I'm feeling a little risky. Yeah, I can feel the rear end slipping out on me a bit as I make corners. Like, it's not unmanageable quite yet, but it's getting there. Yeah, this might be the lap I pit. Ah, there's one of my new signs. Ah, oh. Yeah, maybe 13 laps is stretching it a little bit with this. Like, in some cases it's helping me with certain corners, but other cases it's not helping that much. Yeah, I'm not gapping anymore. I need to bring it in. Let's do no fuel. All right. I think my next pit will be around lap 25 then. That's about 12 laps. Oh! Hi, thanks for the raid. Akugama VP, thank you for the raid. My name is Shiro, I am a Wolfy VTuber. I am currently doing 200 miles at El Capitan because I need the prize card to finish the game. So, I'm doing this right now. And of course I go off. Get. There we go. So what were you playing? Yeah, I'm doing this for an 88 CV. Oh, I did a playthrough of 3 before I even started a playthrough of this. Part of it was just so I could transfer the free stuff. I much prefer how this game plays over 3, though. It doesn't feel as floaty on the steering control. It's like my one thing about 3, is that it feels very floaty. Oh yeah, 3 is also really grindy. It was a lot of fun, though. I had a good time with 3. Yeah, I ended up beating the game with an RX-7 LM race car. Like, I had to give it, like, I think stage 2 to turbo. But otherwise it wasn't so bad. It's pretty easy to get the RX-7 LM. Are you early on in 3? Because I remember early GT3 being really grindy. Ah, 7 championships left. Okay. Like, are we talking to 100%? Or just, like, the GT World Pro? To get the end credits. See, I stopped the run after GT World Pro. Like, I still have the save, and I'll still, like, play it off-stream. It's actually kind of funny how good the prize cars from the Dream Car Amateur are, like, really good for late game. Yeah, I hear you can, like, absolutely break the first couple of games. Kind of why I enjoy the sense of progression in this game a little bit. Like, to even get Gran Turismo World, you have to beat everything in Beginner and Professional League first. Just to even look at what's available in GT World. Like, what tracks are there. Which I think is really nice. It's also really nice that they lock endurances behind a 25% progression. Because, like, you could absolutely cheese that in 3. Like, all gold the B license, then get all the way up to International A, do the Roadster Endurance, hope you get the Formula 1, and there you go, the game's just broken wide open. I heard that, like, The progression of 2 is really funny. Where, like, you can get a really good car within, like, the first hour or 2 of gameplay. Yeah, usually you have to save scum. That's why it's usually better to run those games on an emulator. Because you can just save state before the prize car, and... like, I've done it on stream before. I've done it both ways, actually, like with save states and with the, loading a save like you would on original hardware. It's also ridiculous how long Polyphony Digital Cup is in 3. Like, every race is 20 laps, and that takes with... because, like, I did it with a Jag XJ220, and every race took, like, 30-ish minutes. Because I looked at Polyphony Digital Cup and went, oh, only stock road-going vehicles. Okay, I have a ton of money. Let's just get a Jag XJ220 on that. I still haven't modified that Jag at all. Because it's just way too good for Polyphony Digital. So funny because the roadster endurance between 3 and 4, besides like, because like in 3 you need to drive a stock, like with an asterisk stock Miata. Like you can change the tire compound, which is what I did. And in this game, like you can bring a fully modded Miata to it, like it lets me do it. Just 4 hours of Tsukuba. Which at that point you may as well just B-spec it. Also, what's really funny to do in GT3, if you have the GT1 race car, just like modify it, get it to do the wheelie glitch, and then just do like the wind with that. It's so funny. They're popping 1,000-mile-an-hour wheelies against like some of the fastest stuff in the game. the next time I pit, I'm gonna get fuel, because the fuel tank's really only good for a couple of stops. Yeah, I hear a lot of people praise Gran Turismo 4 as a game, and so far I'm enjoying it. But I did play this when I was a young Wolfy. Maybe not to completion, but you know. Oh yeah, that's all good. Go get some food, get some stretches done and all that. You have a good lurk and have a good one. And thanks again for the raid. Ah, fuck me. Music keeps it. Oh, oh! Thanks for the follow. Had to multitask a little bit here because YouTube was like, oh, are you still watching this? Because if not, we'll pause it for you. And then I'm like, don't you fucking dare pause my music. What, YouTube auto-pausing if you don't... Like, I think it's a thing with the playlists or something. I don't think I've had it do it with, like, individual videos, but that's because, like, usually with individual videos I'm doing something in the background as well. But, like, if you just let it sit and play on its own without moving the mouse every so often, like, I want to say every 30 or 40 minutes to, like, move the mouse or the site goes, nah, you're no longer listening. Time to auto-pause that. Makes it really annoying when I'm doing these endurance races. Because, like, it'll pop up that message at a very inconvenient time for me. Because if you don't, like, wiggle the mouse to make the message go away, then it will pause the music. YouTube playlist, everybody. I have way too many problems with it. For a fully modified NSX, this drives really well. Oh, that's the Cerberus 6. Okay. Oh, Jesus. I think I almost died there for a second. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna want to hit soon. I maybe got a good few laps left in fuel. Yeah, my right rear is getting pretty fried up out here. I can feel the rear end starting to slide out on me a little bit. I'm not gonna repeat fend. I'm gonna just go in before those tires get real bad. So yes, I will be getting a full tank. I had a strong enough lead where I could afford to get both taken care of. So every couple of stops, just get some gas. From the looks of it, it looks like I'm able to do roughly 20-ish minutes for every run of tires. Look at my current pace, I may eventually lap that Lotus Elise. Drives remarkably well for being on sport tires. I imagine this thing on race tires would be really good. Like hell, maybe even relevant to the Japan GT series. That's Shelby? Yeah, that looks like the Shelby. This is a good color on it. Silver with red stripes. That looks really good. Of course, that's just my opinion on it. I just really like those colors together. We're in the halfway point of this race. Looks like a couple more laps here. These will definitely need a wash when I'm done. Approaching them right now. I just realized my fastest lap around here is a 1:51.5 second time. Minute 51.5. So I basically made sub 151.5. And that's without using a drop of my nitrous so far. That's the SL65. Surprisingly good Mercedes-Benz vehicle. Oh, let's go. Very tiny margin, but, you know, beat my best lap. Made it to the halfway point of this race. I don't know who online said that this was a 3.5 to 4 hour race. This is looking more like it might be 2.5. What metrics are they using to determine how long this takes? I'm averaging like 151.5 seconds around here right now. That's pretty good. So clearly I have found my groove around this track. See, I feel like I would rather do this to get a car for Gran Turismo World than saving up 4.5 million credits. Because, like, at least, you know, I'm doing something a bit more exciting than watching the gameplay itself for, like, a couple hours. Like, it feels like after an hour of driving out here, I'm finally in a position where, like, I can squeeze a bit of speed out of this. Like, it feels like I'm able to successfully squeeze as much as I can out of this car here. Honestly, that's a pretty good feeling right now. Like, prior to doing this race, all I really did with this car was buy it, modify it, and test it for, like, maybe 5 minutes. And I've officially put the Alicia lap down. So we might get that lap back here in a couple minutes, because thinking I'm pitting at the end of this lap. Finish recorded replay, huh? Oh, it's like it does the same thing as that 3 does. Okay. Or like it maybe gets half of an endurance race before it says, "Yeah, no, I'm not recording anymore." Not like I really ever save these replays anyway. Like, if I want to watch it back, I can just watch it on YouTube, you know? That's the beauty of streaming it. And one of those new songs I picked out. There's that Elise again. Oh hey, new best lap. Let's go. I wonder if I could get a sub 151 without nitrous. Really have to push the car though. And I'd have to get pretty lucky with lap traffic placement as well, because drafting does help a little bit. Oh, hey, there we go. Sub 151 without nitro. Feels pretty good. This just kind of shows that I know where to push this thing now. Oh, there we go. Oh, before I forget, I tried this really interesting food thing that I didn't even know was a thing today. Apparently, chocolate chip croissants are a thing, and I got to try some. They're pretty good. It's an interesting mix of flavors. $156 even. Wow. Oh yeah, they were really good. Okay, cool. That's a stretch redeem. I will get that as soon as I'm in the pits. That'll be another, let's say, 5-6 laps. Mind a little bit of it. Been a little hard on my end. There you go. English. Compared to original hardware, I want to say emulating, you have a few more options. Like, you can use different controllers. Like, I'm using an Xbox controller for this. I think I can play different regional versions. I don't know if that's on this emulator. Save states are a definite bonus, though. It's a definite plus. Though I hear GT4 is really weird about save states. You can also kind of tinker around with graphic settings and such. Apparently, the emulator I'm using also has a volume control, but it doesn't do anything. Like, it's basically just a pointless slider that does nothing to anything. That usually isn't too much of an issue, because you could just... Because, like, I'm running this on, like, Windows. You could just Win plus G and bring up the game bar, boom. And I will say, versus original hardware, this doesn't have that many loading issues, if any at all. And this is something I actually mentioned early in the playthrough of this game, is the disc that this game comes on is dual layered. And a lot of PS2s had a lot of trouble reading that. You don't normally see that kind of an issue with the emulator, because it's all, like, digitally loaded in. Then it does not take a lot of processing power to run these games. Oh, oof. Like, will it just not run anymore, or... I'm thinking that's what you mean by that. That sounds really rough. Oh, God. Yeah, that's the thing you gotta watch out for a lot with really any device, is making sure it's properly ventilated. Yeah, I had a couple of Slims when I was younger. Even those had trouble running this game. It's because they wanted to cram as much as they could into as small of a space as they could. Which, like, it kind of works now with, like, Switch and Switch 2. But, I don't think the technology was good enough in the early 2000s for that. I will say, PS2 Slims are really easy to just kind of... Oh my god, I just beat my best time again. How do I keep doing this? Like, Slims are real easy to fit into really any space. Because they have all the girth and size of a PS2 game case. Not sure why the term girth came up there, but sure, we'll go with that. That whole console generation as a whole was really funny. It's like, you got PS2, which had PS2 Slim, you have Xbox, which didn't have a Slim, but... or it might have had a Slim, I might be misremembering that. And then the Nintendo GameCube. Nintendo had to be the weird ones and have a cube-shaped game console, because, yeah, let's just give it a funny gimmick. But on top of that, also give it the other funny gimmick of it can't run normal discs. Like, we're gonna do what PlayStation did with a PS2, but instead of regular discs, we're gonna do mini discs. And then they did discs for like 2 console generations after that. Now we're back to cartridges. Nintendo always has to be the weird one when it comes to what they're running their games on. Oh yeah, that was Dreamcast era. You know, I forget about the Dreamcast, and it's funny because that's a Sega, and there's a Sonic song playing. Funny thing, I specifically went out of my way to find this in an instrumental version, because I was afraid the version with lyrics would get me bonked by Twitch and YouTube. Because, you know, music with lyrics. I'm paranoid like that. Still sounds really cool, though. And and then it plays Sherbetland 64. What the fuck, YouTube? I probably should have pitted, but nah, you know, why be smart about it, you know? I'm like over a lap ahead of the guy in second place. I can sacrifice a little bit of tire wear. it was also around PS1 and PS2 era that, like, they started doing memory cards. Man, what a time that was. We went from games locally storing data on the game cart to having a separate cart for memory, and then went back to, like, in-console or game cart storage. Like, they looked at memory cards for a couple of console generations and went, yeah, this isn't working anymore. It was, like, cool for 5 minutes, and then it wasn't anymore. See, that's another thing that I like about running this on an emulator, is you don't need memory card. Everything's stored on the emulator. So you don't need to pay, like, for an extra piece of plastic that holds your storage for you. Alright, time to do that stretch game. I like that they went out the extra mile to give us, oh, I just hydrated. I'll hydrate again. No. Hydration is so important that I did it twice in the same pit stop. Once of my own volition. Is it just me, or is it like everybody but Nintendo is okay with emulating their games? Like, Nintendo is the only company that has a problem with it, it seems like. Though I suppose, to be fair, every other game that would be on PS5 and Xbox is also on Steam. It's just Nintendo are the weird ones and don't have PC ports for their exclusive titles. As far as third-party titles, though, yeah, a lot of those have PC ports, like Skyrim, Cyberpunk. I forget sometimes that Cyberpunk is now on Switch. I mean, they keep attacking Pal World for existing. Because, oh no, it's another monster catching game where you catch monsters in ball-shaped capsules and use them for fighting and other things. You know, instead of maybe taking the greatest offense to that you could possibly take, maybe take that as a fucking wake-up call. It's kind of the same problem with fan games, too. Fan games, ROM hacks, they hate all of it. It's funny, I only have one Pokemon fan game on my PC, and it's Rejuvenation. Because they're willing to go the extra mile with it, that Game Freak absolutely will not, and have things like mature themes and swearing. I really don't see that as an upside, though. If anything, it's just, you know, creative differences. Plus, you know, Pokemon's for kids. Pokemon's for kids. You can't have swears in it. You can't have swears or boobies in it. Think of the poor Pikachus you're exposing to that. Also, I love the juxtaposition that Pokemon is, like, supposed to be for pretty much all audiences, especially children. Yet a lot of the lore for some of the Pokemon is just so dark. Like, name pretty much any ghost type, and it's probably, like, the spirit of some dead thing, or a spirit of vengeance, or a spirit that kidnaps people. Because nothing says game meant for kids more than ghosts that haunt people and kidnap them. That they somehow managed to squeeze creepypasta fuel out of. Like, fuck's sake, they managed to squeeze creepypasta fuel out of Hypno. Fucking Hypno. That's not even why I don't like Hypno. I just don't like Hypno because I don't like the design. It's weird. It's one of those weird Kanto game design things that they did where it was like, oh yeah, this looks fine, and then like, it doesn't look fine, but they just don't want to change it. Wait, hold on. Didn't they give Hypno, like, really creepy lore in the Pokedex entries, too? I think that was, like, the whole, like, basis for Hypno's lullaby, actually. It was one of its Dex entries. They just took that information and went, yeah, we're gonna make a creepy game out of that, and a creepy story out of it. Also, I love that Game Freak keeps proving that they could make a horror game. They just won't. My context? The Haunted Trainer School from Sun and Moon. That shit is creepy as hell. And the music is really chilling. Oh, I'm sorry, it was Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. It wasn't in Sun and Moon. Like, I remember when I learned about the Haunted Trainer School in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and that, like, I was genuinely convinced that whoever wrote that into the game was just a massive troll. Because, like, it's supposed to be haunting, but because it's Pokemon, it's like, oh, it actually wasn't this scary thing, it was this innocent thing. Like, okay, you know, again, game made for kids, I guess. And let's not forget Guzzlord's Realm of Oblivion. I will not provide further context for that, by the way. It just speaks for itself. Like, they were cooking with, like, a lot of creepy fuel in Gen 7. And it's so funny. Because it's supposed to be like, yeah, Hawaiian vacation, look at that. It's so colorful and sunny and tropical. And then the Ultra Games went, hold my beer, and proceeded to give us so much creepy shit. Sun and Moon for everybody. Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. You better know how to keep it in. Like, no joke, you can find the Haunted Trainer School music on YouTube. It's on there. Like, you just listen to that, and it's just like, yeah, someone was really cooking in there. It's part of why I like horror games so much. Because the atmospheric stuff you can do with that is so fun. Like, it isn't just music, it's like also background sounds and everything. This is why I feel like a lot of creepypastas just don't hit for me. But then again, I probably expose myself to a lot of the really, like, overdone creepypastas. And it's funny, because, like, my first creepypasta was actually a pretty good one, all things considered. Like, my first time, like, being exposed to creepypasta content, and it was just a good time. Because it was Ben Drowned. And then you learn that they had, like, a whole ARG around it, and, like, a whole mini-series that, like, spans over several years. Like, the creator behind Ben Drowned was, like, really cooking for a while. But then you look at, like, the Super Mario creepypastas and the Pokemon creepypastas, and it's just a mixed bag of chips. Like, there's Lavender Town Syndrome, there's Buried Alive, Strangled Red. That actually reminds me of this really obscure creepypasta I found on YouTube a few years ago. Back when everyone was playing Sword and Shield, someone wrote a Sword and Shield creepypasta, but it wasn't really that creepy. Because, like, the entire premise of it was this person got a copy of, like, I think Shield or something, and as they played through the game, it kept, like, going to older games until, like, at the end of the game, they were in red and blue. Makes no fucking sense, but, you know, it was entertaining nonetheless. Let's see, what other really funny Pokemon creepypastas are there? Oh yeah, the aforementioned Hypno's Lullaby. I will make sure nobody forgets Hypno's Lullaby for a moment. Like, I am just that determined. Because, like, from a story writing perspective, it kind of works. Because they just took Pokedex entries and went, yeah, we're gonna write a scary story about it. So, like, it was lore-friendly. I mean, I'll take Hypno's Lullaby over the stuff we got with the Giga... I think it was either the Giga Leak or the Terra Leak. I don't remember what they called it. Where they had, like, a whole story that was, like, mistranslated about Typhlosion. And it just, like, ruined everyone's perspective of Typhlosion. Because it was, like, horribly mistranslated, too. Like, I'll take Hypno's Lullaby over that. Hell, I'll take the cringy as hell Buried Alive over that. Because all Buried Alive is just, oh yeah, there's a secret boss at the top of the tower in Lavender Town, and it's a decaying corpse coming from the ground like a zombie or some shit. Like, hell, they managed to squeeze creepypasta content out of Eevee. Like, Eevee and Pikachu got creepypasta content. No one is safe in the Pokemon universe, it seems. Though the only Eevee-related creepypasta I can think of is the one where someone, like, hacked in a shiny Eevee and just refused to evolve it, even though it wanted to evolve into an Espeon. So it got really mad at the player and, like, half-mutated into a half-Eevee Espeon. And then decided, yeah, I'm gonna haunt the player now, because, you know, cringe creepypasta tropes be like... Fun times. Who would have thought you could piss off an Eevee so much? Ooh, speaking of, like, fake creepy things that from Pokemon's past, I think that was, like, a thing for, like, Lavender Town Syndrome, or, like, it's tangentially related to the Lavender Town Syndrome. Where, like, someone God. Yes! Keep playing the music. God. Where someone claims to have found, like, spectrogram or something inside of the Lavender Town music that, like, had a secret encoded message. Good times. I remember learning all about that. How did this topic go from PlayStation 2 emulators to Pokemon creepypastas? Oh, and let's not forget all those lost episode creepypastas that a bunch of shows and cartoons got. SpongeBob had one, and Mickey Mouse had a couple of them. Actually, wait, no, SpongeBob had a few of them. Including Red Mist. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. know The Simpsons got one that was, like, really popular for a while. It was called Dead Bart. You know, because Bart Simpson died. Which isn't something that actually happens in any of the episodes. See, that's just kind of a thing that shows up in a lot of those kind of creepypastas, is like really dark themes, and it's just like, once you've seen a few, you've seen them all. Because like, you can point out the overdone tropes. Like, oh, this is lost footage, it must have, like, a secret message in it. Or, like, watching it causes some sort of thing to happen to people. Or, like, something happens to a character and it just makes the entire show that much darker because of it. Actually, I think, funny thing, SpongeBob actually did have an episode that referenced Red Mist. Which is like one of the few times like a kid's cartoon will reference one of its own creepypastas. Because like they had like, because like for context, a big popular image surrounding the Red Mist creepypasta is just a really distorted image of Squidward. Yeah, Red Mist is a SpongeBob lost episode creepypasta. I would say if you have the stomach for it, look up Red Mist Squidward on, like, Google or some shit. You'll know immediately why. Yeah, I'm just gonna preemptively pit now. Get these last few laps done and over with. My break will be a little late, but that's fine. I don't know, I think I find video game creepypastas to be a little more entertaining than lost episode creepypastas. Mostly because, like, you could actually ROM hack a game to have that sort of thing in it. Yeah, see what I mean? See what I mean? And there was a newer episode of SpongeBob that references that. Like, they reference that. I'm not joking. That was like an actual thing they did. They referenced Red Mist Squidward. Like, it wasn't one for one the same image. They probably had to tone it down because, you know, kid cartoon and all that. But also because, like, lost episode creepypastas, more often than not, don't make a lot of sense. Like, same could be said for a lot of the gaming ones. This is why it's such a weird juxtaposition when you talk about Mario and horror games in the same topic. Because Mario isn't exactly a character you would see in a horror game, but you know, people have done it. Hell, someone did a series of ROM hacks for a Toy Story game, where it was just like an overarching plot, and it was like its own like little horror series based on Toy Story. I don't remember what it was called, but I know it exists. Oh, but that's the thing, you know, they can't turn the game off because it has such a grip on their fragile and delicate psyche that they just can't look away, you know? I just find them fascinating because, like, you could actually see a ROM hack with some of that kind of content in it. Like, you can actually play a version of Sonic.exe. There's a version of it that exists that you can just download and play. Because, like, originally it wasn't even a game. It was just, like, a story about the game, and then someone went, yeah, I'm just gonna make that into a game. I think where the video game ones kind of cross a line for me is when they start doing, like, really crazy things in the real world to the author. Because there's no way. There's just... You destroy any sense of immersion doing that. This is also why I enjoy Ben Drowned so much, is because, like, yeah, it was just a modified, like, version of the game that he got all the footage from, but, like, he went out of his way to act like it was just legitimately haunting the hell out of him, and it was just, that layer of immersion was really nice. I like horror content that can get me immersed into it. This is another reason I enjoy horror games. And I've pointed out before, there's a fine line between watching someone on the internet play a horror game and actually playing it yourself. Like, you don't have that filter anymore. You don't have insert funny YouTuber playing the game and you being able to watch that and pause it whenever you want. No, you are, like, in that game, playing it. There's no insert funny YouTuber just, like, making things funny for you. And I keep saying insert funny YouTuber because a lot of YouTubers played or have played horror content. Like, I know it's a big thing for Markiplier and Jacksepticeye and, like, probably a few other people to play horror games. So that's just why I go insert funny YouTuber. I've always enjoyed a game that I can immerse myself into. This is why I played Skyrim so much growing up. Because I could just immerse myself in the game world. Be a fun little experience if they do a VR experience, but I need to get a VR set up. don't know, I enjoy horror games and horror content. Like, even if it's just a simple, like, analog horror, I enjoy it. This is why I kind of like when communities like the Splatoon community could have something like the Grizzco tapes. It's like some of what happens in the Grizzco tapes you could kind of see happening in the Splatoon universe. Because someone goes missing, like straight up just goes missing, and Grizzco is trying to cover that up. Like, that makes sense. They would try to do that. That's because, you know, Grizzco is run by an evil space bear. No, that is not a joke. I wish I could say that was a joke, but it is not a joke. Shipwreck 64. I might have? It's... like, I might have. I don't remember. It kinda sounds familiar, though. I could probably look into it after stream, actually. Alright, final lap. Let's just nitro this shit. Let's see what I can do. Man, I heard about AI drivers in this game and their lack of spatial awareness, but goddamn. Wow, even with Nitro, I couldn't beat my best time. God damn. Yeah, we don't need to see that. We already know how it ends. Bring in that money. I need the monies. And now, for the reason I did all of this. Here I was thinking it would take the entire stream, too. But yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back, get up, do some stretching, do some other things. And I'll be back in guess I'll see what I can do from there. Maybe I'll do another quick enduro, I don't know. Alright, Wolfy is back. Let's get back to it. Hi, hope no one missed me too much. Let's go check out the new digs. Look at that. 907 horsepower. Want to throw a couple of quick things on it. So, I do want to do another endurance race, because there are a couple that I could do real quick. I could do at least one of them. And it would require this car, so like, you know... Yeah. I'm thinking another one would be pretty good. Alright, let's do super hards for this one, because it's an enduro. I want to see how, because, like, I want to see how this will drive. And, you know, nitro, because, of course. I'm curious. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, almost 1,200 horsepower, yeah. I think all that aside, this is pretty much set to go. Because, like, part of it is, I do also want to take some time to drive this car and get a feel for it. Because, you know, it's going to be my car for the Gran Turismo World Championship. I kind of want to familiarize myself with the feel of the car. I hear this thing is an absolute beast of a machine, too, so, like, this will be really fun to see in action. Yeah, you know what? That's fair. I don't think I'd want to do much to change either of those things. Come a long way in this playthrough. Alright, so if you remember this race from GT3, this took maybe an hour. It might take maybe an hour this time, but everything's a lot faster this time, so, you know. Hence why I'm bringing this here anyway. Oh, yeah, about what I would see in GT World. Gillet Vertigo, Sauber Mercedes C9, R390, GT1, CLK GTR. Alright. Okay, so downforce is as high as it goes anyway, so... Alright, let's see how this goes. 100 laps here. Just like last time. 100 laps. I'm looking forward to this, because I want to see how this drives. Good God, this thing is crazy. I think the only thing that's going to give me trouble is that Mercedes Sauber C9. That's because that's a really good car in this game. Yeah, it was 100 laps in the last game, too. This is essentially the level of speed I'm going to be dealing with. feels really nice. I mean, you think this is ridiculous. You should see the Formula GT series. This track shows up there for over 100 laps. Like, it's like 120 something. So this is not the longest you have around Super Speedway. If anything, I think this is the second longest race at Super Speedway in the entire game. It's funny that this is just kind of on par with the R92 CP. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I went out of my way to get this one. This was really nice. Good speed, good sense of control. I'm sure the Formula Gran Turismo would still absolutely trivialize Gran Turismo World Championship, but like getting that requires doing a 24-hour race, and I'm not doing that. At least not like for 24 hours. Sauber C9 is up ahead for a little bit. It might not be this guy, but it might be like up ahead a little more. See him now a little more clearly. Wow, this guy's a bit of a jerk. I feel like this race is also kind of relevant for testing out the car, because this track does show up in Gran Turismo World Championship. So knowing how this drives here is kind of important. Damn, I am burning through fuel on this thing. Oh, yeah, and their second place right there. That pit stop was just enough to keep me up in front. Oh, he's bidding, alright. Starting to get around this time. So even on the hardest tire compound in the game, like, my my runs are a bit shorter than everybody else's. Except for maybe the Gillet Vertigo. I think it was making up for that with the sheer performance. Also, just like every time I go to pit, I also have to get gas, because like this thing's got a hell of a... What is going on with him? Looks like his tires are producing a lot of smoke. His tires are just fried up. No, yeah, this guzzles gas. Supposed to be fair, I'm going at like top speed the entire time. That might be a factor. Now he's 2 laps down, so my next pit won't be quite as risky for my position. So I think this game's rubber banding isn't as bad as the last game's rubber banding. Last game had some pretty gnarly rubber banding. this track is designed with this game versus how it looks in 3. It feels bigger and more open than 3's does. Doesn't make for the most exciting race, but you know. Putting this lap on the funny number lap, on the TV funny number. Fuel me up. I might be able to make it to the end of the race without pitting again. Oh, what happened to him? Did he spin out or something? would be kind of cool if it's got one of those special black variants, but like, I'm not upset that it didn't. That says 3. Did I put him down 2 laps in his pit stop? I'll be good. Slow. He must have spun out. Yeah, it makes sense that you would pit after that. Slows down in a hell of a hurry. Just under 15 minutes. Yeah, I figured that one would be pretty quick. All things considered. NSXR prototype LM race car. Now, this is a funny car. This is a really funny one. This is a funny vehicle, and I'm about to show why. Because, like, you know, looks like a race car, looks like something you couldn't change the wing on. You can change the wing on it. That's just really funny to me. You can just casually change the wing on it. So I'm gonna do that, because it's funny. And you can change the rims. Look at that. It's on today's special. Put up a tab. I want today's special. What the fuck are those rims? Whoa. So yeah, this is just like casually something you can get in this game and put a totally different wing on. There's not really an explanation as to why either. You just can. And this is based off of the prototype NSX Type R of this variant generation thing. Words, yeah. Outfitted with everything you could ever possibly need on a race car. Okay, well, maybe almost everything. That would be pretty funny, though. Okay, it can have turbo. With the... oh my god, with even more power. More power. I feel like that would put that almost on par with everything in Gran Turismo World doing that. Don't know if it'd be any good for it, but you know. Just do hard times on it. It's eligible for this. Just casually. No, you know what? That's funny. I'm gonna do that, because it's funny. Why not? I need to kill about an hour's worth of stream time doing something. Jesus Christ. No, and it's funny because you can put a new wing on this, you can adjust the downforce even further than it was at stock. Meaning this thing can get lots of downforce. Lots. Lots of being forced downward by this thing called funny gravity plus wing plus weight thing. You know what? I don't know. There was like a thing there, and I was gonna like do a whole spiel, and then, you know, I kind of lost track of it. Let's just trivialize this real fast. When they say no restrictions, so you think it's a funny idea to bring in a race car. Me be like... I don't know why I specifically put a white wing on it. It's just kind of funny that way. It's funny because, like, this is on par with Japan GT racers, so I could absolutely use this. Like, I could have left the stock wing on, it would have been just fine. But the fact that you can replace it and add even more downforce to this car is so funny. So that's part of why I decided to do the Super Speedway Endurance race. Because, you know, car with a funny ability. This thing just, even with the extra downforce, this is a really nice vehicle. And the power discrepancy between everything in the field is so funny. Because there's another NSX Type R in the field, and he's in second place, but like, he's so far ahead of everybody else. And then you have me. Pretty easy. Okay. Wait, which driver? Oh, it's Motorland. Okay. Wait, why? Why? I don't get it. Alright, time for another one-sided race, I guess. Wait, hold on, I'm already in fifth? Jesus Christ. I didn't even realize that this car had passed anything else during all that. So I just get a free extra position during all that. Holy shit. So busted that the guy in last place just gave up. before the race even started. That's hilarious. Yeah, it just kind of feels like I'm doing a victory lap at this point. Like, that's how much faster I am. Could be an interesting track to have an endurance race at. And, I realized something, thinking about it. This game has a lot of concept race cars. Like, race cars based off of concept cars. Because, like, there's the Nissan Z concept LM race car. There's an RX-8 concept LM race car. There's the NSX-ARC prototype LM race car. There's a Nissan GTR prototype LM race car. These all just, like, casually exist in the game, too. put 2 dudes a lap down. Because why not? I think this is the full Suzuka. Yeah, this is going to be another track that shows up in Gran Turismo World. That's going to be fun. Kind of nice to just cruise around a little bit. I think at least before I end stream tonight, I want to do a little bit of practice with my 88 CV at Lasarth, Because that's not a track that shows up a lot on the way up to Gran Turismo World. So it would be nice to just get a little bit of warm-up there. Even though it's like the last race of that series. Just to kind of get myself the experience there. It's like the only track I'm not too confident at in this game. Well, I mean, that and the Nürburgring, but, you know, that's not showing up in GT World. Honestly, even if when I do finish this game, like the run, I might bring it back for a future stream or two, if I'm like feeling up to doing something a little different. Like if I want to just like do a couple of races on stream, on like a Friday stream or something. Gives me more options. Like, otherwise, all I really gotta do for this run is Gran Turismo World. Well, I'm glad that area is there. Holy shit. That could have ended very disastrously for me. So I'm thinking maybe, because of how everything's kind of fallen into place the way it has, if the next time I go to stream this, it'll be for the Gran Turismo World Championship. And since I'm pretty sure I'll have some time afterward, maybe I'll do something else for funsies in this game. I don't know. Kind of like what I did with 3. Because, I mean, beating Gran Turismo World opens up the Extreme League. So, like, who knows? Maybe I'll check something out in there. It's a thought, mostly. Alright, next couple of races are 10 lappers. Fun. Yeah, that's probably why this is a 10-lap race. Oh god. Someone drove into the pits by accident, looks like. So someone's just like pitting against their will because their car just might have lost control. I'm sure I know what happened to this guy, but I do kind of want to look back at it. Oh my god, someone else is... Oh my god. Someone else went into the pits. Okay, I guess I don't need to see any replays. I know what happened to him. He lost control, went off the track, and couldn't recover in time to avoid the pit lane. That is really sad, actually. And like, he had just gotten out of the pit, too. I swear to God, if it happens again. I was like watching his little dot on the map too. Nope, yep. In again. Oh my god, I am so sorry. You kinda deserve that. Why was this a track that was selected for this series? Like, no, really, why? Who thought this would be a good idea? Who at Polyphony Digital thought this was going to be a good idea? Why is someone going backwards on the track right now? And he's pitting. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, there's like two of them. Okay. This is just a really funny race right now. Like, even I'm occasionally losing control and going off the track. But most of that is just me being stupid. No, have fun in the pits. That's just funny. That's really funny. It was just really funny to watch. Me, wow, he's pitting on like lap 1 or 2? What happened? Maybe I should watch the replay. Me going to lap him sees what happens. Okay, yeah, no, you know what? Never mind. I don't need to watch the replay. I know what happens now. It's the same thing that happens if you take cars of that particular speed. Or anything like faster than starting cars to like the beginner course, because chances are they're gonna like lose control going around that final corner and do the exact same thing. At least with this track, there's no chance of them, like, goofing up and going into the pits by accident. So fucking fast, boy. Also, at least with this track, I can get up to a pretty good speed. With the last track, I really couldn't get up to like a decent speed and carry it. It was just a really tight course. See ya. thing doesn't look that bad with a white wing on it either. Kind of works with the paint scheme a little bit. One more lap. Alright. Pretty easy. I don't even remember what you win from this. I just did this because it was funny. Oh. Oh, okay, cool. That's interesting. Man, I'm rapidly approaching day 400. Alright, I did say I wanted to at least wash this, and I haven't gotten around to that yet. So let's do that real quick before I take the other car out for some practice. I'm gonna get you washed up. Make sure you polish it off real nice. Well, I'm not quite done yet. There's one more thing I want to do. I still need to get some practice in at Lasarth. Meaning I get to bring that really obnoxious race car back out and go for a couple of laps at Lasarth. just to see how it'll feel. This thing did really good in that endurance. Jesus Christ, I can't English today. Alright, the 88 CV. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good sale price, you know, for something that you have to drive like 2 hours for. It's literally more effective to just do the touring car event over and over. Because the CLK GTR sells for about the same price. Ah, here we are. World Circuits. I do believe it's Lusarth 1 that we go to. Yeah, this is really solid. There's a lot of high-speed segments with this course. But this is where they do the 24 hours of Le Mans every year. Bit of a fun fact for everybody. Yeah, this is nowhere near as hard as the Nürburgring. A lot of it is just like straight line segments or high-speed segments. And the brake indications actually do kind of come up at a decent time here. Okay, so a little under 3.5 minutes with nitro. Yeah, I don't think this is anywhere near as long as the Nürburgring. Oh, it does actually give some statistics. Okay, so this is almost 13 miles, alright? This is 8.5 miles. This is just a little bit less, but that's because there's not the two little chicanes on the main straight. Meaning it's a bit more of a faster one, because you get to maintain that really high speed going all the way down that straight. Pretty sure it's Lasarth 1 that's in Gran Turismo World. Let me double check. Because it's the very last event as well. Lasarth 1. Okay, so I practiced at the right one. Put it through a nice, well-deserved wash. And just because, you know, the next time I'll be driving will be GT World. May as well get it a whole fresh thing of oil. That way, this is all good to go. This thing's pretty much primed and ready for racing. Feeling pretty good about this. This thing's already got a good little bit of mileage on it. That's pretty cool, y'all. About to get a lot more in about a week here. But you know. Doesn't feel like it's been as long as Gran Turismo 3, but you know what? Doesn't make it any less fun. It's been a pretty good ride, all things considered. So the next time I go to stream this, it'll be Gran Turismo World ahoy, you know? Alright. Let's find somebody to raid. Yes, I would love to close the emulator. But yeah, next time will be Gran Turismo World, and assuming I have time afterward, as I did with 3, I'll just kind of, I don't know, maybe tackle some extreme events. I don't know. Because, you know, it'll be a new league. Because I'll show it off a little bit. We are gonna raid someone called Pokem's. I've raided them a couple of times, but they are currently playing Splatoon 3. Looks like some ranked matches. You know, fun stuff. Real fun stuff. So I hope I got that spelled correctly. Alright, be sure to give some love while that's getting ready. Thanks for hanging out, really heck appreciate it. I'll be back on Friday. Not 100% sure what I'll be playing. If it's what I'm thinking, or if it's like what some others want to play. I'm not about to spoil that for anybody. If it's what I'm thinking it is, it'll be a surprise. There you go. So I'll be back on Friday for that. And yeah. So until then, stay safe, stay warm or cool wherever you might be. And I will be back on Friday.